Hello, chat. Welcome back. We're diving into Elden Ring once again. We've nearly completed everything in the base game, but if you recall last time, we defeated Malenia at the base of the Haligtree. It went fairly well, I think. Had a few mishaps, but I think it was a pretty satisfying fight, honestly. But we discovered at the base of the Haligtree that Miquella's cocoon that he had ensconced himself in to feed his tree was now missing. So today we're going to follow the trail and find out where exactly he's gone. And that should lead us right into the DLC, Shadow of the Erdtree. So let's get in. Oh yeah, we just got the Hand of Malenia as our reward from defeating her, and I guess we'll give that a spin in the upcoming area. Next to this petrified tree, there's a ghost lying on the ground. It says, "Mohg, you rotten omen. Your blood is cursed. Give him back. Give Lord Miquella back. How dare you lay hands on such precious flesh?" So, well, here's our clue. Miquella has been taken by Mohg. And we have actually been in the Mohgwyn Dynasty before. We took the Pure Blood Knight's Battle. We could drop in, grab the map, and leave, basically. But we didn't stick around. This time we'll actually get in there and check it out. But we're going to enter by a different method. It is, in fact, the only other way into Mohg's domain. Back when we were fighting all the rune bearers around here, we came out to the end of this tree and we spotted this portal being watched by an Albinauric. I said we'd be back. This is that time. So the Albinaurics came here to the consecrated snowfield because it was the route to the Haligtree, their promised land. They were going to be saved by Miquella. But some of them got lured over to this portal instead, and rather than going to the Haligtree, they ended up at Mohgwyn Palace. The land of blood. Complete with blood swamp. Fun. This spot is one of the more famous rune farming locations in the game. You can, for one thing, even if you're really low level, you can shoot this giant crow wandering across the blood swamp with your bow and arrow and lure it to just charge out over this pit and die. It gives you several thousand runes in one go, and then you just sit down at the grace to respawn it. But more productively, you can use a variety of different AoE attacks, especially weapons with big AoE skills, to kill all of the Albinaurics sitting on this ledge. Some of them are still silver, they're still normal, but several of the Albinaurics we see are red. They've been infused with the power of, or the curse of blood. So they've been lured to this hell and now converted into minions of Mohg, it seems. I should use a rune arc again now that I'm done fighting Malenia. It's funny, I'm having to adapt to the controls again because I tried out Breath of the Wild Switch 2 edition yesterday and the day before. And that took me hours to get used to not having the Elden Ring control scheme, and now that I've done that, I'm back to everything's wrong. Why are my buttons all in the wrong spots? I know the player version of Waterfall Dance isn't nearly as good as Malenia's version, but still pretty effective at clearing out crowds. Have I played Sekiro? No, I have not. Elden Ring is the only Souls-like game I've ever played. You gotta love the fake stun on the giant crows. It's a good trick. Should get invaded fairly soon. The nameless white mask. It's a Vare lookalike. There are a few of these in this swamp, actually. This is the most important one to kill because it drops the War Surgeon set, including the white mask, which is a piece of headgear that gives you the same buff, or not the same buff, but a similar buff to what you get from the Lord of Blood's exaltation. When blood loss occurs close to you, you get an attack. You get a damage buff for like 20 or 30 seconds. I think the white mask looks pretty bad with most outfits. So I don't love running it, even if it is often the optimal choice. Action Hunter, absolutely. Now, it is nice to have a katana with an absurdly long reach. Even if otherwise this may be worse than the Nagaki, but at least it's still competitive in that regard. Blood-tainted excrement. Easy mistake. Good to see you here. Did you guys watch the Donkey Kong Bonanza Direct? I thought it looked pretty awesome. I didn't have a lot of excitement for that, but they made it look really good. The first 3D Donkey Kong game since 64, right? There hasn't been another one, as far as I know. I was just about to try to use R2 or ZR to pull out my bow and shoot this crow, but that's not how this game works. How do I want to do that? Second frenzy burst. Heard it looked a lot like Mario Odyssey. Yeah, I don't think Nintendo has confirmed this, but it seems very much like it's a... Wait, did that bird just fall through the floor? What just happened? It looks very much like it's a version of Mario Odyssey where they took some of the terrain destruction stuff from the end game and thought, hey, let's make this into a full-fledged game and make it star Donkey Kong, and it looks really fun. Thank God they made that rock Pauline. I don't get the whole odd rock deal. I wonder if it's going to make any amount of sense in the actual game or if it's just going to be like a 5-minute fake out until they introduce Pauline in like the second cutscene or something. I guess we all had it spoiled for us with that leak on, what was it, the UK site or something? If you were following the news. That Pauline was in the game anyway. Hey, Vocal Monk. Welcome back. So yeah, I'm pretty excited to have a new big single-player game to do with, or to play on the Switch too. Mario Kart World's been pretty fun, but I'm not hugely into the multiplayer aspect. I mean, maybe at some point I'll do it, but I feel like I'd have to invest a lot of time to learning all the shortcuts and stuff, which is not that hard with the time trial mode and everything, but I just haven't gotten around to it. So I've just been messing around with the single player stuff and unlockables. I'm not sure how I feel about the free roam mode in Mario Kart World just yet, because it has been fun to pop into, but it seems like the whole world, I guess, has a lot of character and everything, but there's just a lot of weird busy work. Although it's also true that you don't really have to do anything. I think the only thing you unlock are like alternate outfits and stickers for the cars, which barely matter at all. I've been maining Nabbit because he's purple and cool. So he doesn't even get any alternate outfits, so I haven't unlocked any of those for anything. Only thing you've done on your Switch 2 was go back and replay Engage. Has that helped with performance? Engage doesn't... Like, there's no patch for either the Switch Fire Emblems to improve graphics, right? It'd be cool if that could happen, but I'm not holding my breath. Okay, that's pretty sick. If I land everything, Waterfowl Dance one-shots the giant crows. They do load much better. I have heard that. Honestly, I don't really have much of a reason to play those games on actual hardware and not my Nintendo PC. So... doesn't make too much of a difference to me. I would really like to see upgrades for the Xenoblades in particular. Partly because I can't actually run those at 1440p and 60 FPS in emulation. Mario Kart World isn't worth 500. I kind of agree. I don't think it's enough of an experience to say, like, you need to buy the Switch 2 right now. I think that's very true. One of the reasons I wanted to get an early model Switch 2 was just in case there ends up being a serious, like, hardware flaw, like what happened with the Switch, or maybe it's not a hardware flaw, but it might well be that they only come out with homebrew tools. That's not what I meant to do. That work on the early generation hardware, and I wanted to have one for that purpose. And believe it or not, I know what most people really care about that for, but for me, it's almost entirely out of for being able to do like save backups and editing and stuff. Because it's way easier to make cool stuff and like dig into the details of a game if you have access to tools like that. And normally you can't do that, but with the hack switch, you can. And if there's ever Switch 2 emulation, that's going to be a long ways off, I think. I think we've gotten everything in this part of the swamp. I'm pretty sure. Portable aspect is pretty great. That is true. Actually, I've been seriously considering whether I'm going to buy Elden Ring Tarnished Edition on the Switch. Because it would genuinely be great to have a portable version that I can run. Now, I can also make Elden Ring run on my laptop, but it's not great. And there's lots of trips where I'd rather not bring that if I just want to have a mobile game experience. But I don't know if Tarnished Edition is really going to be enough new stuff to make me want to replay the game so soon. There's a chance, though. I'm really curious what the new classes end up being like. I think one of the previews, I think, said that one of the new classes starts with the Milady, so you can use Light Greatsword for the entire game instead of waiting until the DLC. That's pretty cool. By the way, Corrupted Sid, am I correct that Donkey Kong Bonanza is going to be $70 and not $80? I think 80 was, as of right now, is still just a select few premium games thing. Although if you asked me, it honestly looks like Bonanza has more meat to it than Mario Kart World does. Have I played Night Rain? Nope, still not yet. Just haven't had the time. And I'm going to be actually busier for at least the next couple of months, so I don't know if I'm going to get into it. Find out. Part of me is starting to think maybe it's best if I just wait until the inevitable expansion for Night Rain to get into it. Blood Tax is, I believe it's like essentially the same move as Repeating Thrust, but it steals HP and does less stance damage and less damage, I believe. Yeah, DKB will be $70. Seems like only the biggest names of the franchises will be 80. It makes a lot of sense, especially if you're coming at it from a perspective of some number maximizing MBA who's out there being like, well, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is like the best-selling game on the Switch, and it sold like 30 million copies. So if we just... people will buy it if we charge $10 more, and that's 30 million times $10 is, let me run the numbers here, a shitload of money. So it makes all the sense in the world from a business perspective. And I think Mario Kart World is a good game. I just think it would not have felt at all worth it to me right now with the content that's in the game right at the moment if I hadn't gotten it in the bundle for effectively $50. I'm gonna call it right now. Waterfowl Dance, really fun. Is it a good move against bosses? I imagine no. Do most people only care about how things go against bosses? Yes. But this is pretty sick. Especially with Rykard's rune restoring all my HP all the time. Hello, buddy. Oh, you looked at me and then you looked away. So polite. Best games IMO from the last few years have been priced at $50 or less. Especially if you're, good about taking advantage of sales, but not just splurging on games you're never actually going to play. Very true. You can find deals on video games all the time. So yeah, I don't think, especially if you're just playing it for Mario Kart World and not to get enhancements on some of your old Switch games, I don't think the Switch 2 has enough value right now. Probably wouldn't recommend it to someone generally until the end of the year. We've got other things like, you know, Metroid Prime 4. What else? There's some other big thing I was anticipating that's escaping me at the moment. Expedition 33, Remnant 2, Helldivers 2. All pretty solid. I would like to find an opportunity to play Expedition 33 because I've heard such amazing things about it. Oh. This area is fun. We've got a couple of big red Almanoric summoners. They summon the skeleton ghosts. And normally you can sneak up on them if you're paying attention, but I let this one spot me first, so I had to fight him a little bit more legitimately. You got one. You got yours because your Switch 1 has been having battery life issues and also has a cracked screen. Yeah, makes sense. So I mentioned earlier in the stream that I had paid the $10 to try out the Switch 2 edition of Breath of the Wild, and I have been enjoying it so far. Like, especially having not played that game in 7 years, it really it just has something that feels great to play. I did started a new game on Master Mode, and I did the thing where you try to kill all the enemies on the Great Plateau before you even activate the tower. So like no runes or anything, and you have to fight the Lionel legitimately and not bashing it on the head with a metal rock or something. That was so much fun. I kind of sucked at it because I'd forgotten all the controls and was just terrible at dodging enemy attacks and was wasting weapons all the time. But it was great. And then after that, I'd been kind of tooling around doing the basic introductory stuff and Kakariko Village and Tenno Village and everything, and it's been really fun. Playing with the Zelda Notes has been a very interesting experience with the companion app. It's the first time I've been playing the game with basically a live updating map next to me that tells me where everything is. Definitely changes the feel of progression. And I've found, quote unquote found, I don't know if it would work, but I've gotten way more Korok seeds than I ever did before. Like just scouring every inch of whole areas to gather them all. And I feel like if you're ever going to do a 100% completion playthrough, that really is the way to do it. The app is pretty cool. It does update live as you grab things in the game and everything. Hey, Fire Monstrous. Thanks, Corrupted Sid. I appreciate it. I am not very diligent about the self-promotion stuff, although I'm sure I should be, so I appreciate it. Really like the map additions. Master Mode mates need to have the extra stuff to stumble across. That's one of the things I've enjoyed. So I did play through on Master Mode when it came out. I actually haven't completely done, like I didn't completely do the final wave of DLC, the Champions Ballad stuff. So I'm hoping at some point to get to that and finish that out. I did parts of it, so I saw some of the shrines, but I just never finished. But one of the things I have enjoyed about Master Mode is doing I keep thinking X is my jump and paraglider button. One of the things I've enjoyed about Master Mode starting fresh again is, since I do know more about the combat and stuff, I'm not afraid to go take on enemy encampments early on the way I was when I first played Master Mode. It was really frightening at first, and it still kind of is, because most of the weapons you get are kind of crap and enemies have a ton of HP. But the fact that you got all these extra platforms and places where you can find enemies that spawn with high-level weapons at the beginning of the game makes it kind of rewarding to run around and try to kill everything and see what they've got again. Like yesterday, I was flying around the Lake Hylia, and I found out there's a bokoblin on one of those floating Master Mode platforms that has a mighty Lionel bow. Just drops it, and it respawns on Blood Moons, I believe. So I haven't checked, but I'm pretty sure I could just go back and get a new one at any time. Well, after it respawns. So I might be finding like spears with a power of 5 all the time, but I can go get a bow that has effectively like 60 power at every Blood Moon. Wouldn't hate hitting up Elden Ring Tarnished Edition on the Switch too, though. I already played it on PC with my GameCube controller. One thing I'm curious about is, are they going to map the controls to the exact same buttons as the Xbox mapping? Like in terms of letters on the buttons, or by position? So is A on this Nintendo controller layout going to do the same thing as A on the Xbox controller layout, even though they're swapped A and B? I've only ever played this game with the Nintendo layout, so I'm just used to it. I think I tried playing on keyboard for like 30 seconds before I said, no, this isn't. I'll heed the advice I was given and go with a controller instead. It's annoying that blood loss knocks you out of walk combat. I guess it's only fair, because that also happens to Melania. Also, what do you think is in these clouds, chat, to make you suddenly start hemorrhaging blood when you walk through them? That, like, silica particulates that are shredding your lungs or something? You're bleeding internally when you breathe it? Favorite boss fight in OST? It's a pretty good one. That's for sure. So much blood. This would be really annoying for me to try to fight all these guys if I weren't equipped with both Rykard's Great Rune and the Scavenger. Not the Scavenger, the Serpent God's Sword, which are together healing like 1/8 of my health on every kill. Vaporized blood thinner, microglass that cuts your windpipe and perpetual bleeding upon overdose on the blood thinner vapor. Sounds like fun. How come my status effect resistance doesn't build up every time I get afflicted the way the bosses do? It seems unfair. hard this thing is going to be to kill with slash damage. Not terrible. It bleeds pretty quick. And my multiple successive attack buffs are helping too. It was so worth it to kill Millicent for this. Right? No regrets? Oh good, I could use stanchion boluses to alleviate the blood loss too. So you know, that's so useful compared to just having auto heals on every kill. Some hyper armor would be pretty sick during Waterfall Dance, but I guess I would be asking too much. Did what to Millicent? I didn't kill her. Actually, I transformed her into a beautiful bud that will flower someday into magnificence. It's great. What she really would have wanted. I always feel like you're getting hit by bleed after Chipotle. Gross. Honestly, it's kind of comical using Waterfowl Dance like this and just getting flattened every few seconds in the middle of it because of getting blood loss. There's also, like, no reason for me to be killing all these blood zombies. Most of them are passive and I can just run my 5, but yeah, we're just trying out our toys. Something rot exists as an extant form of life. Well, the DLC will explore that angle a lot more, and I think it's kind of cool. I always felt really bad about killing Radon. He was sad about not riding his horse. He was holding up the stars, or was mad with hunger. Well, it is sad, but I think you are doing him a real favor in the game. It's the warrior's death he always wanted. Instead of being essentially a crazed zombie with no purpose in life anymore. Kill. Hello, friend.
I'm terribly sorry. Are you here as a customer?
Was that at that point when you realized we were the bad guy? We brought Estelle to the lands between. Don't worry about it. And technically, yeah, you can get to the consecrated snowfield without killing Radon. So there's already an Estelle whether you kill Radahn or not. And I think we're meant to understand that Estelle already landed before anyway, because the one that came with the meteor in his underground ate one of the skies of the lost cities already. This isolated or abandoned imprisoned merchant's what he's called. Doesn't have a lot that's important. We're gonna buy up all those rune arcs. We'll grab the lost ashes of war. We don't really need the stone sword keys, and everything else is replaceable, so we'll just leave him here.
I must apologise. I'm afraid I've very little to offer.
I've still never once used a crossbow, so I think the bird bolts give, what is it, blood loss or rot or something? But yeah, blood loss. It's not for me, I guess. Never been so mad about Estelle and Elden Ring until Night Rain, a true menace in that game compared to OG Elden. I will say I'd never been so mad about Estelle fights. Not really mad, but frustrated for how poorly I was doing until I did this run. Because for whatever reason, I mean, I'd done an int build and a strength build and then a dex int build going through them before. And those all had really good tools for fighting gravity enemies, I suppose, and more pure dex build. I felt like I wasn't doing the right things to succeed, I guess. And I was playing badly. Started Dark Souls on Switch. I suppose I could look into that. It'd be fun. But I'd probably rather play it on PC. What? Let's get some cleansing fire in here. In fact, if we use our frenzy seal, we should deal a lot more damage. I think in addition to having a bonus on frenzy spells, the frenzy flame seal should deal more damage if you've inherited the Flame of Frenzy as well. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I'm a little bit leery about getting Elden Ring for Switch, because I'm pretty sure they're gonna go for lock for 30 FPS, probably. At least I think that's what was quoted somewhere. And I have gotten very used to 60. Oh yeah, Skull Goblin, yes. Did go for Millennium before Mohgwyn. I think Mohg is a much easier fight, for sure. But story-wise, it makes a lot more sense to go to the Haligtree first. Switch 2 probably won't have issues running at 60, but who knows? You may be right. We'll see. Or maybe they'll have an option for performance versus quality or something. PS5 had frame drops and Altus. Yeah. Want a portable Elden Ring, get a Steam Deck? I I would be willing to bet that the Switch 2 version performs generally better than how Steam Deck runs Elden Ring. Could end up being wrong about that, but on a hunch. You're Melania Jr. now? I am. Got the Grace ahead. I'll go ahead and tag it. Actually almost through this area already, but we've got one little fight and then the boss. We're going to invade White Mask Vare's world, finally. Fighting Mohg after Melania is also nice because we ignore ludonarrative dissonance. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the reasons it's cool to do it this way. Time to obtain the joke weapon. Hey, this bouquet is so cool. You can put Bloodflame Blade on it and really maximize your blood loss buildup. So he's upset at us for coming here and ignoring his warning to wait until the Dynasty is ready, but again, there is no prompt in the game ever. There's no point in the game where that happens, so you will inevitably set him. I assume from the title that we're going to the Land of Shadow today? I sure hope so, unless something goes terribly wrong with Mohg's boss fight. Sometimes you fight Mohg before Morgoth. Technically, we did that on this run too.
Promised. I have given everything. Please, my lord. Please answer me, luminary Mohg. Bless the Mohgwyn Dynasty with love.
Good bozo. Alright, we got one last crowd fight to do. What I'm going to try is whipping out a kukri and just look there. Maybe that'll work. Throwing that down pulls all the yeah, that'll be fine, I think. Pulls all the Albinorics out of the way, so I can sneak up on this last Sanguine Noble. Backstab him. Frost Breath. It's a good trick. Alright. Well, killed them all. And I really don't even have to go back to the Grace to heal. That chest gives us a somber ancient dragon smithing stone. So that really is the first one you can... fastest one to find, I think, in the game. If you do Bare's quest and get the Blood Knight's medal. And teleport here and then run through that cave and get to the spot. You can get it's like, I think, the easiest +10 somber stone to get to. One other weird oddity about this area is, see this corpse on this rock formation down there? If you... There is another golden seed elsewhere in this area, down in the Blood Swamp. I believe was the only one. If you go through this area all in one run without stopping and sitting at any grace, and you collect... then you can collect both golden seeds. You can get the one down in the swamp and the one here. But otherwise, after you collect the first one and then pause the area to reload in any way, the other one will disappear. It doesn't matter for anything because we already have way more golden seeds than we can ever use, but a funny little quirk. I was going to say we don't need to go to the Grace, but actually I do want to make at least one adjustment, which is to use the purifying crystal tier we got from defeating Eleonora way back in that church in Altus. So for that, I'm going to go for the Thorny Crack tier, maximum successive attack bonus, and stick on the purifying crystal tier, which purifies the curse from Mohg, Lord of Blood's terrifying Rite of Blood. I don't think the Hand of Melania is really the optimal weapon for this fight, but I think it's fun to have it and give it a go against Big Boss, so we'll send it at least once. Mohg is weak to slashing and hemorrhage. True. It's interesting to see that Miquella is gigantic now, where he was trapped in a body with... eternally trapped in the body of a child, but his cocoon plan has managed to grow him out of that. But it's, as with all of his plans we've heard about so far, it has failed before coming to fruition, it seems.
Dearest Miquella, you must abide alone a while. Welcome, honored guest, to the birthplace of our dynasty.
The cool thing about Mohg's design is, like, similar to some very unfortunate goats, he's got one horn that's wrapped around and is poking through his left eye. Shackle not working. Okay, it is. I just tried to use the Legend of Zelda attack button again. I was really hoping I'd land waterfowl on him. Anyway, that was pretty easy. Oh, that worked. Pretty refreshing to just one-shot a guy after going through a little bit more trouble with Malenia. And by the way, we did see this temple a long time ago. This is the place on the top of that rock overseeing Shifa River. So there's the aqueduct, there's the Worshipper's Woods, and spot we arrived to with that portal from the Four Belfries? That's what it's called. Familiar territory. If only I could pull up my glider and fly down there. We did just get Mohg's Great Rune. So before we do anything else here, let's... I did activate the Site of Grace, right? Cocoon of the Empyrean. Let's go back to the top of Divine Tower of East Altus, so we can activate his rune at the same place we activated that of his twin. I did spoil it a little bit by already activating Morgoth's Great Rune, but if you haven't done that, you can see both of them side by side here. Mohg's Great Rune is unfortunately almost entirely useless outside of PvP, so I'm not going to ever equip that, I don't think. Before I forget, I want to change out my physic to the Blowing Hard tier. I think is pretty good. Sid, you're still yet to run a bleed build so far? This is basically my first one. Definitely used Frost a lot before, and like, you know, Moonveil has bleed and stuff, but the first time I've seriously used things like, you know, Blood Flame Blade on bleed weapons and stuff like that. Still never done a proper arcane bleed build though. The Remembrance of the Bloodlord lets us buy Blood Boon or Mohgwyn Sacred Spear. We can't use either of those because we don't have enough arcane. I'm just going to buy the weapon. Operating off the general principle that it's better to have, if you were hypothetically going to go through New Game Plus cycles, it's more important in some sense to have 2 copies of the weapon so you can power stance them if you want, versus having potentially, I mean, you can't get 2 copies of the spell, really. We did check in with Gideon when we ride the Haligtree and after we beat Malenia. And now he's got one more prize for us since we've defeated the last Shardbearer that he knows about.
I see. was with the Lord of Blood after.
I really do want to try Mohgwyn's Sacred Spear, Skull Goblin.
Indeed.
Um,
With it,
I'm
the final clue has been brought into the light.
I'm pretty sure that if I do another run, like after Tarnished Edition comes out, it's going to be a Strength Arcane build.
Everything together. As promised, allow me to impart to you the last of the secret rites, known only to me.
First one was a Gravity Mage. Second is a Mad Priest. It's pretty cool. So your Gravity Mage, was that more strength leaning than an int? Like were you using Radon's the Star Scourge Greatswords and that kind of stuff? And the Falling Star Beastjaw? Or was it like strictly a mage but using gravity spells? So the Law of Causality is one of the Golden Order spells. It manifests a ring that allows the caster to automatically retaliate upon receiving a certain number of blows. I think this is pretty bad, but it basically like creates a holy explosion around you once you get hit a few times. Looks cool though. And I can't use it because I don't have 29 int. I have the bare minimum int. So now we've got 700,000 runes for us, and I still think I'm not going to go above 150 in this playthrough. I think that's the plan. I could. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I feel like you get so many runes in the DLC that's like they very much intend for you to go to like 200. But I just don't think it's really necessary to do all that. So I'm just going to buy a bunch of smithing stones here. What am I looking at? I'll have to try to have 72 of everything. Let's see. Let's say up to 15 of the Sombers. Play Night Rain, you can be an enormous bird. I have seen the enormous bird. The enormous bird is not really my aesthetic, but it is very funny. Fire Monster says DLC do be giving the runes love farming there too. It's kind of ridiculous how much they give you, how much they pay out in terms of runes for really basic enemies in the DLC. I could rack up millions and millions of runes there without too much trouble. Never found any reason to go above 150 for your builds, Val. I think there are certain build ideas that only really make sense when you go to like 200. For example, say putting Scholar's Armament on a weapon at endgame, like because for that to work well, like you want a high amount of intelligence to make your buff give you like 250, 280 extra points of magic damage on your weapon. But you can only apply that buff to weapons with physical infusion. So you also need a lot, maybe not 80, but like 50 or so in dex or strength to make the base damage of the weapon before the buff really impressive. So there's certain ideas like that where I think it's really cool. I like having the lightsaber effect basically, but it just doesn't make a lot of sense mathematically before then, you might as well just run a magic infusion.
Ah, were you guided here by kindly Miquella? I am Leda, and like you, I was guided by faith along his honorable path. Touch the withered arm, and you too will be transported to the
And Skull Goblin points out, Dex can help with your mage build too. Although I don't think that's so essential. Like, it's definitely a lot more important for a mage to get to like 80 intelligence than it is to put more than a couple of points in Dex.
Come now, touch the withered arm and travel to the realm of shadow. I will not be far behind. May we meet again.
Touched it. Miyazaki, your game broke. I touched the withered arm and it didn't do anything. You're ashamed to admit that you needed to level my dex 3 times in this playthrough? Brother, I've leveled mine, what, 44 times? No, 45 times. I feel no shame. Lita's chestplate armor is one of your favorite pieces. It looks so cool. It does look great. I wish the kind of holy Miquellan aesthetic translated to better armor, just in terms of its stats, than it normally does. But the white cape is pretty awesome. It's, I think, much more appealing than even some of the other like Haligtree armor pieces, which are pretty cool looking. We've arrived in this curious cavern? Sinkhole? Something. And there it is, Gravesite Plain. Shadow Tree. Ruined town ahead of us. Burning golem thing. We'll find out what those are in a bit. Lots to explore. I'm buffing now because there's this new enemy right here that ambushes you. It is a Curse Blade, and they are an enormous pain to deal with a lot of the time, but Water Fountain Dance does pretty good work. And I actually lucked out and got an armor piece, the Ascetics Wrist Guards already. Wrist Guards are the Tower's ascetics, which embody their commitment to an austere existence of strict self-control. So these are Hornsent enemies. We haven't really found out who the Hornsent are, but they're ascetics from the Tower of Bellerat. And in order to ascend from their mortal flesh into tutelary deities of the land, they heighten their spirituality through severe ascetic training. That sounds like no fun. One of your favorite bosses in the DLC is the Reign of Jail Dude to the left of the starting zone. I like him too. Oh, you have the Buckler and Misericord now? Ooh, that sounds like fun. So, yeah, one basic enemy is worth 707 runes. That's like 20 times basic enemies in Limgrave. And as we get to deeper areas of the DLC, we will have upgraded with the Shadow Tree Blessing system to the point where we can still one-shot them. That we can start one-shotting them. But they will give us like 1,500 raids instead. I am a little bit disappointed that the Candamelania is not one-shotting these guys right now. Very sad. I did not tag the maps, though. Map, please. So, Gravesite Plain. Basic idea is we're going to explore this area and the path along the road here first. And we'll also come around and explore this higher area, looping back to where we started, to get some useful items and upgrades, and especially a nice talisman for general exploration purposes. And then I'm planning to cross over this way and explore this cliffside and the river a little bit, and then we'll come back and do this dungeon. So that should all be doable today, I think. Made pretty good time so far. Only an hour into stream. A little bit more. So I think that should all be well within my time limits for the day. I also picked up a hefty cracked pot from a corpse. That's a new type of throwing pot, in addition to our ritual pots and our regular cracked pots. They're bigger, you throw them slower, but they deal more damage or have bigger effects. Basically, they do what you'd imagine from a bigger pot. But they require items purely from the DLC, not from the base game areas. And the recipe we just got from the Greater Potentate's Cookbook was for a hefty fire pot. Probably beat the entire DLC in one sitting. I mean, there are people who beat the entire base game and DLC. By entire, I mean they beat the final bosses in under an hour and a half. Sadly, I am, number one, not at all familiar with the glitches and stuff that are needed to do that. Number two, I think that's fairly glitch-free. But number two, I'm not nearly skilled enough to pull that off. Took you like 3 weeks to beat the DLC? That seems pretty reasonable to me. This horse is really good at running on roofs. Little known fact, all horses are great at running on rooftops. You just haven't tried. What we just got is a talisman called the Blade of Mercy. It gives you, I think, a 20% attack boost after you perform a critical hit. So I don't think it applies to the critical hit that triggers it, but after you do it, you'll get a boost. It's pretty cool for builds that focus on stance breaking a lot. We're not quite optimized in that direction with this, at least not with my current loadout, although we could easily do something like switch to our Flambears with Impaling Thrust and focus on crits that way, and then it would make a lot more sense to have. If I head over this way, find a poor shadow undead, his dog, and end their unlife. Also, there's one of these shadow undead has a pot, a shining pot on his head. Those guys will run away from you, and after a little while, I think they do despawn, but they have special loot, and that one in particular drops our very first Haligtree fragment, which is the key item for the leveling system in the DLC. You're probably all pretty familiar with it, but I'll go over what happens with that when we apply it. It also dropped a Silver Horn Tender, which is basically a Silver Pickled Foulfoot, but slightly stronger. Just get a Dex Straight Sword. Yeah, that's also a thing. Wish there was a Bleed Straight Sword. Read this guy. I know. All your resentment lingers yet. The raw stuff from which I shall surely forge a curse upon the dastard Messmer's head, upon Marika's children each and all. This guy has a grudge. Apparently. There's another ghost I missed. I'm gonna go find him real quick. I think it's at the other side of the ruins. Here on the road? Yeah. Everyone burned to cinders, burned away, put to the torch by Messmer and his lot. What did we do to deserve such a fate? We merely lived our lives. We lived in peace. Well, that sucks, friend. So head back to the... I'll just right there. I'll head over to the Grace, we'll sit down and we'll check out the Haligtree blessings. So Skull Goblin, the two things that the Haligtree fragments do, I think that's the only two things, is they increase your attack power and your damage resistance values, all of your damage resistance values, by a certain percentage per level. And I believe the very first level is 5%. And it goes mostly linearly for the first 12 levels or so, and then tapers off. In the original release for the DLC until the first patch they did after it a few weeks later, I believe it was just completely linear progression of the bonus, which would technically mean there are diminishing returns, but it would be like 5%, 10%, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 or something like that. I think it was not quite that dramatic. But they made it so that the bonuses are more front-loaded. So up to 12, you get... It falls off a little bit as you approach 12 too, but up to 12, you get pretty significant bonuses for your Haligtree blessing levels, and then from 12 to 20, which is the maximum, the percent increases are substantially smaller. So you don't have to go find all 50 Haligtree fragments to get very close to the maximum benefit. You get most of the benefit by the time you're like a little beyond halfway through exploring the DLC. Revered Spirit Ash Blessings do similar things for scaling with your spirit summons, and also for Torrent. So the Haligtree fragments are very important. They do make a pretty substantial difference to your power level and your vulnerability to damage. So we will be on the lookout for them, but I'm not going to hunt down every single Haligtree fragment I can find before I fight any bosses. If you do that, I think you can get to like Haligtree Blessing level 9 or 10 without fighting anything substantial, but I think it's a little more fun to go area by area for the most part, instead of literally exploring every nook and cranny on the map before you fight anything. Is it... No, it's early day. I want to make it nighttime. Elden Ring is a phenomenal 3D platform. No, it isn't. It is a follower in a long line of 3D action games that pretend to have platforming elements and make them extremely frustrating. But it's a very long line, and I'm very fond of some of those games. I've been thinking about doing a classic one from early aughts on stream at some point. We can really show off what a slightly ill-conceived platforming challenge in a 3D action game looks like. I did make a note. Good. So at this shrine, which conspicuously has its head cut off, just about every statue in the DLC has no head. There's like minuscule number of examples or counterexamples. People have been really diligent about literally defacing these statues. But that one gave us a revered Spirit Ash item, which is used for the Spirit Ash blessing. And then in the main game, we found a lot of larval tears by fighting transforming enemies. I don't think there are any such things in the DLC, but you get a lot of larval tears from these glowing rings of gravestones that only appear at night. Down this road, we can have our first encounter with the new enemy soldier faction, a group of Mesmer soldiers who are sleeping because it's nighttime. They shouldn't be a problem. They're pretty strong, though. They're the only soldiers in the game that wield axes, I think. And they have other weapons, too. But that gives them a different feel. They have a different moveset, and they hit pretty hard. You don't want to be getting death on. They also have their own variety of dogs who have Mesmer fire imbued within. I don't think they're very substantially different from regular dogs, though. The enemies around the DLC drop a lot of different smithing stone ranks. It depends on the area you find them more than anything. So we'll expect to get a lot of these just random smithing stones as loot. And it's one way they try to help you out in case you're getting all the new DLC weapons, but you haven't gotten the higher level bell bearings. Like maybe you haven't been to Fair Missoula yet, but you want to be able to upgrade your new stuff to basically in-game level, because the DLC is designed around you having in-game weaponry. So there's lots of opportunities for random weapon drops and just places where they give you a certain number of large groups of spinning stones at once. That was fun. That Black Knight enemy, kind of a mini boss, is guaranteed to drop the Black Steel Great Hammer, which is a strength and faith weapon primarily, which has some interesting gimmicks. It's got a bonus to its guard counter where it smashes down and creates a glowing area on the ground that then erupts with holy damage. Kind of cool. I don't like the aesthetic, though. I think basically every weapon in this game is too large, but that one's just outrageously huge. It looks kind of stupid. But the Black Knight armor looks fantastic. I do love the drip. The Blessing America is a classic elixir that you never want to use. It fully heals you. Fully heals your HP and heals all status ailments. You can only get 4 of them in one playthrough, and there's no renewable source. So I promise you now, I'm never going to use one. I will just never think to do it. You used one against the final boss of the DLC and then one. You know what? Maybe I will make the effort to try to equip it. Is the animation for using it any faster than drinking a flask? Oh, instead of getting regular golden rune 1s from all the skulls and glowing skulls around, you get broken runes, which are 500 instead of 100. This guy has a horn. And stab him in the back. Am I still wearing my Sheikah armor from Breath of the Wild or something? These guys aren't hearing me. I don't know why. Fire coils are a consumable item you can use to conjure fire snakes that fly at enemies. So it's another consumable that works like an extra spell, basically. I've never used one, but I guess we could equip them at some point. Slightly slower. Also in this area is another more proper mini-boss. I'm pretty sure is a Wolverine reference. Just a shirtless man with claws wandering the wilderness around here. Let's see if we can find him. Oh, there he is. And his name is Logur the Beast Claw. PCs get rocked by waterfowl dance, that's pretty cool. So he drops our first new weapon of the DLC, the Beast Claw, which is unfortunately not really something we're optimized for because it's like a strength. It's a new weapon type. Beast Claw is its own type. It's not just a claw, but it's more strength oriented than regular claws. So we generally, I think, be better off using hook claws or raptor talons or things like that. Although they do have their own very fun separate moveset. Put up no fight. Dude, I've killed Melania. You expect some random shirtless guy in the wilderness to stand up to that? That's everyone's favorite feature. There's all these birds around the DLC that just scream when you go by. Don't do anything, but they're just there to freak you out. Very nice, Miyazaki. Down at the Church of... what was it? The Church of Consolation, which we passed through when we fought the Black Knight. We got not one, but 2 Shadowtree blessings. And the second upgrade for... where this requires 2 Shadowtree fragments. So the first one only took 1, but now to get raised to +2, we need a total of 3 Shadowtree fragments. And we can also raise our Revered Spirit Ash blessing with the one we got from that statue. Yeah, I'll keep using the Anamlania for now. I'm going to go ahead and fight this Furnace Golem. There are some tricky ways where you can take down these Furnace Golems faster. In particular, if you craft a hefty fire pot or a hefty furnace pot and you're able to throw it in their basket while they're upright, not when they're stunned and knocked down, you can, I believe, one-shot the regular ones that are unarmored around their legs. But I'm going to fight this one the normal way. For that, I want a Flame Drake Talisman. And I'll approach and try to buff up as I get closer. Fighting these golems for the first time was when you learned how useful jumping could be for dodging. Absolutely. It is genuinely a great way to teach you how the jump button is a legitimate dodge button. And you should treat it as a tool that's available to you. They're very, very generous with the dodge timings if you jump. Although I might still screw it up. So, there. A lot of their attacks are these stomping things where they just emit these flame shockwaves and you just jump over. The way the stuns on these things work is it's damage thresholds, so you need to... I mean, I jumped too early that time. You might have heard it play the stance break noise and it interrupted this furnace golem's attack. Oops, messed it up again. But you want to optimize your DPS, basically. It's not about the normal stance pressure that you let people inflict, it's just how much damage can you inflict on these guys fast. And since I'm built for successive attack bonuses, I'm focusing on just spamming my R1s. Notice he was stomping with the other foot. I generally prefer to stay not locked on for this so that I can watch both feet at once, but sometimes I forget. Okay, we got the third stance break with a sound, so we get a full stun. The furnace golems actually fall down for like some crazy amount of time. It's like 45 seconds or a minute. And all that time you can hit them in the head for bonus damage. Once you take the crit will do basically exactly 50% damage. So I can exploit the rest of the time they're down to let my stamina recharge and then do a bunch of flurries. Try to get to about 50%. Don't get too greedy, but then take the crit. And this should be just about enough. It's not quite dead, but I can go hit the legs a few more times. That should do the job. There we go. Okay, so that one's not too hard. There are other ones you encounter later that are armored in the legs. You can't fight that way, and then there are ones that are just tougher because they're scaled higher. But the basic principles of fighting those guys are, at least the ones that aren't armored in the legs are all the same. The reward we get for killing those are, number one, a furnace visage, which is a consumable item you can use to craft hefty furnace pots, like the biggest fire damage pots in the game, and maybe one or two other things. And a tier to go in your Flask of Wondrous Physic. This one is the only one that's like a real new mechanic. The deflecting hard tier, as I understand, well, it says it makes your Flask of Wondrous Physic temporarily enhance spontaneous guard. Damage negation guard poise will be heightened in the moment immediately after assuming a guarding stance. Successfully executing a spontaneous guard will also strengthen guard counters. So this lets you like do perfect guards with your block button, L1, or in my case just L, which I understand to be similar to Sekiro's mechanics. I have not used this, but I should give it a try sometime. If anyone's got recommendations on a point in the DLC where it would be fun to try that out, I'm all ears. Switch back to my regular physical damage negation. And now I'm going to go... The normal beast claws can be made into keen claws if you want to test them out. That's true, yes. You can make any weapon type a dex weapon if you really want to. But it's also true that they don't scale as well. Like keen beast claws don't scale as well as keen regular claws, generally. We've just gotten our first painting, which is funnily enough, the last one we can get the reward for, because we cannot unlock the thing that is shown in this painting until the very end of the DLC. Over here's another new enemy type. These are Inquisitors. They use holy spells. We will also find some in a later area that use a lot of madness stuff. They're horn-scent priests, basically. And there's another new weapon, the backhand blade, which is a classic dex weapon. I'll want to upgrade this and use it for a bit. This is infusible. It's a dex-oriented paired weapon. So when you two-hand it, you actually create two copies of your backhand blade. You use one in each hand. And it can be very powerful. It would be cool if it had bleed built in, but maybe that would be too much. It also comes with its own Ash of War blind spot, which is exclusive to backhand blades, but that lets you change the infusion and keep the skill. And another enemy, Greybird. These are like lesser, what's it called? Lesser Deathbird, basically. They also have the same holy weaknesses, and some of them can cast what are essentially death spells. But they're obviously a lot weaker than those mini bosses. Weaker enough that it's not always worthwhile to try using holy attacks. You can just attack them normally and just pass anything else. So that covers most of this initial area of Gravesite Plain, other than this section over here. We're gonna head over west towards this cross in the distance now. You better use the Great Katana, brother, I mean to. Here we find a few NPCs. And let's check out the cross first. We've got this Haligtree fragment, and this says, "Carved words coalesce. I abandon here the first of the flesh of my body." Map identifies it as Miquella's cross, so Miquella has carved out some of his flesh and left it behind here for some reason.
Ah, Lady Leda spoke of you. You're that tarnished. Guided here by kindly Miquella. Won't we all? I am Freya. I once fought alongside General Radahn. In battle, you can be sure I'll hold my own.
Oh, Freya?
Oh, another thing. Did you speak to our dour little friend? If you've yet to do so, have him give you a map of the cross's whereabouts. You'll find more of them dotted about these lands. They are Miquella the Kind's footprints.
So that's how we can track him, huh?
Fie, another. Treading the heels of Miquella. Then, as that woman would surely say, we are in our purposes well aligned. But understand, your kind are not forgiven. The Haligtree is my people's enemy. By Marika long betrayed, set aflame. I believe Miquella's apologies when he says our delivery will come, but never will I see your kind as worthy.
This guy dressed in the fashionable black rags and weird wormy headgear is called Hornsent, which is confusing because his people are called the Hornsent. So I don't think that's his proper name, but we never find out what his proper name might have been.
The sites of the crosses I found. I urge you, follow after Miquella. As long as you abide by his footfalls, you will be no enemy to me.
Cross map. Back in inventory. Simple map drafted by a Hornsent. Marked with the locations of golden crosses, these crosses indicate Miquella's footprints. Good deal. So now that we've gotten a few Shadow Tree blessings in us, we are one-shotting the Shadow Undead around here with our normal R1 attacks. It's nice to see that. Continue our wanton slaughter way up this path. You can see another of Miquella's crosses right here, where we will also encounter a few more NPC friends. Carved words coalesce. I abandon here a part of the flesh of my body. Not the first part, but another part.
You must be the Tarnished. I am Ansbach. Formerly in service to Lord Mohg, but now, like you, another soul guided by kindly Miquella. I'm hardly the steady hand I once was. My fighting days are far behind me, which is why I have chosen to dedicate myself to investigation, to discern tender Miquella's ultimate...
Ansbach really is the GOAT. He does so much to make the Pure Blood Knights seem way more sympathetic than they ever were in the base game.
May I request a service of you? 6 crosses, identical to this one.
The only one we knew before was Vare, and he was kind of an asshole.
Tender Miquella's footprints, or gravestones, which mark what he's left behind. If you discover any more crosses, be certain to tell me. I presume you, too, are keen to know just what kind Miquella is.
Did I beat the game? Yes. So I have beaten Elden Ring and the DLC in its entirety twice. Once with my strength build and once with my arcane spellcaster build.
Hello there. Together.
But have I beaten the final boss of the base game in this run? No, I haven't gone. I haven't completely burned down the Erdtree yet. We went from exploring Crumbling Fair Missoula to the Haligtree and then to Mohg and now into the DLC. But we didn't fight Malekith yet. Buy a few more rune arcs, and I'm also going to buy this note. Sealed Spirit Springs. Find out how those work.
I like finding things for you, Lady Leda, her allies, and the Forager brood. Things bring joy to all. Goodbye.
Nice more. So, since we've just found 2 more Shadow Tree fragments, we can raise our Shadow Tree Blessing to level 3. And we can also check out that note we just got to find out. Should you chance upon a sealed spirit spring, look for stacked stones nearby. Here. By toppling them, you may break the seal. Cool. There's a way to cheat those, but they're also pretty easy to find anyway, so I never really feel the need. Now that we talked to Moore, we go back to Ansbach and ask about him.
What brings you here?
Ask about the person in verdigris armor.
Oh, you must mean Samor. Samor is a kind and stalwart ally. He provisions our little outfit. Samor traffics with the Forager brood, his brethren, who collect supplies from all corners of the land. No doubt they find inspiration in his many virtues. These are not your foes, Tarnished. Should you spot any Forager brood, be sure to mind your manners.
Okay. So, that warning doesn't make it explicit to us, but the Forager brood just look like regular kindred of rot from the base game. You do not want to murder them, probably. So we have to beware of that. We'll come back, but I want to go upgrade those backhand blades so we can start using them. Doing the NPC quest just makes the penultimate fight more annoying. It makes it more cool. And that's what matters. Let's see here. Backhand blade. 34. I don't want to use... I could use my plus 25 stone on this, but I don't want to commit to that just yet. What I will do is change the... Well, I'll keep the Ash of War, but I'll apply Blind Spot again, this time using Keen Affinity. Now, since this weapon doesn't have innate bleed, if we try to buff it, we're probably better off using Electrify Armament and not trying to put Blood Flame Blade on. Let's equip that and try it out. Crashed out hard because you were locked out of finishing Freya's quest, your first breakthrough of the DLC. Did you have the thing where you like talked to Ansbach at the wrong time before they patched that? What's the best attack on the backhand blade boost set? I think I've seen people do like the running R2 or something. Oh, that does look promising. Jumping R1 is just 2 slashes. Jumping R2. That's nothing to write home about. But the 4-hit running R2 does seem pretty cool. One thing I will say that I've missed from Elden Ring when playing Breath of the Wild is summoning Torrent anywhere. Yeah, it's not realistic, but it's just so much nicer than a horse calling system and all that. With the skill Blind Spot. I think it has some invincibility frames. So you can dodge stuff and get behind the enemy and hit them. Here we are at Cliff Road Terminus. A couple things to explore. We've got this ruined town settlement up here and some new enemies to fight as well. Here is a Blood Fiend. Good guy. That was pretty sick. Another Shadow Tree fragment from the Pot Shadow, and a little bit more loot otherwise. There are no Glovewort or Glovewort plants anywhere in the DLC. So those items are entirely looted from corpses and other overworld item drop spots. It's supposed to be harvested from actual plants you can find. I don't really know why they did it that way. I guess they felt like the having those plants growing around the Shadow Realm was not on theme. But whatever. Apparently the Blood Fiend armor is Omega top tier, but you can use it because it's ugly. Yeah, I've heard it's amazing. Definitely something to try on a Strength Arcane run as well, along with Mohgwyn Sacred Spear. Sacred Bloody Flesh is an interesting item. It's another source of that attack power boosted when blood loss occurs buff. I believe it actually has two separate buffs. There's boost physical attack power in Arcane once and the blood loss buff. The first part, I believe, is a body buff, and the second part is a unique buff. So the first part can be overwritten by something like Flame Grant Me Strength. So like what you do is you eat this, and then you use your body buff if you want to overwrite the physical attack power in Arcane. So yeah, you can combine that with the Lord of Blood's Exaltation Talisman and the White Mask for an even bigger multiplier after you've inflicted blood loss. Keep descending to find, this is called Prospect Town. Down here I can fight another Blood Fiend. Pick up some Sanguine Amaryllis, which is used for some new recipes, blood-related recipes. And up here, can I successfully free aim and hit this with the Kukri? Maybe, but I don't want to try too much more. But it's not the spell for this. Don't make me pick out a bow. It'd be so lame. Come on. There we go. There's those hanging pots are around different places in the DLC, and when you break them, they drop a bell bearing. That one is the String Seller's Bell Bearing, which finally lets you buy string in bulk. So if you want to use it for things like drawstring greases, you don't have to farm them as drops from demi-humans and stuff. Very convenient. No viable scarlet materials still? What do you mean by scarlet materials? Here's something of a challenge ahead. It's like 6 blood fiends all at once. Scarlet rot items, yes. It would be nice to have those. Alright, let's go in. It's raining, so we do get a damage bonus with our lightning. That's cool. Almost one shots with our running R2. Pretty good damage. And then this one last Blood Fiend over here is sweet. It's a one-tap kill. Was using the Blood Fiend version of Blood Boon Ritual. So one of them is always guaranteed to drop the Blood Fiend's arm. It's the only source of it, I believe. And that's an infusible strength weapon that has arcane scaling built in. So you can put a different affinity on this, or you can put bleed affinity on, and it works really great on a Dex or a strength arcane build. Or you can just, I think it's one of the only weapons that has arcane scaling, and you can infuse with something else. It makes it ridiculously powerful. And if we continue, up this way. If we continue up to the very top of Prospect Town, we can open another chest that has, again, a new talisman. The Outer God Heirloom, which is the arcane equivalent to the other 4 talismans that increase your strength, dex, int, and faith by 5 points. There was no such talisman in the base game, but now there is one with DLC. Once again, I'm going to make it nighttime so that we can get a larval tier. The arcane version is only in the DLC. There's also no arcane boosting crystal tier for your Flask of Wondrous Physic, even in the DLC. I think they took the approach that arcane being your kind of luck stat just wasn't the main thing that they intended most people to use as a primary stat for their build. And whether that was like naive or they intentionally wanted to nerf arcane stacking, I don't know. They decided to give you at least one extra source of arcane with that talisman. I don't think it's worthwhile using a single +5 stat talisman at this point in the game, but now it exists. And here's our first forager. They don't have any dialogue or anything cool they're doing. They're just on the ground picking up stuff, but they give you a cookbook whenever you talk to them. That one lets us craft the fireproof pickled liver, which is a stronger version of the other liver items we've been able to craft to give you a bigger fire resistance body buff. This area has a funny enemy. There's a giant lightning ram, which I've now killed. That one will roll around. It's not really hard to dodge. It's just a bigger and stronger version of the rams we found in the Altus Plateau that roll around and try to tackle us with lightning. I just find it very amusing, really. I'm looking for here. Oh, here we are. Greater Potentate's Cookbook 5 lets us make hefty lightning pots. So now we can do fire or lightning using some of the materials we find here in the realm of Shephead. Climbing up this way, I can get to an artist shack, which gives us our second painting. And this one's actually something that we can find pretty shortly. This is, in fact, a view of the natural bridge that we were on, where we found Ansbach and more leading up to the tower over here. That's this, but viewed from the north. So the painter was doing it from. I'd like to head to this festival with you. Is it a festival of war? Am I going to see Radon again? In Caelid. I've been. It was a good time. I happen to know that right through this opening is another curse blade, similar to the one we fought when we first came into the DLC. So I'm going to buff up for that. Just standing on this ledge, looking at us right now. I got another copy of the wrist guards. Huh, go figure. This brings us to our second church, the Church of Benediction, which has a very cool talisman, the Blessed Blue Dew talisman. I like this a lot. It's... where is it? Here. It recharges 1 FP every 2 seconds. And that's not terribly fast. Like if you're using a skill that consumes 15 FP, then you're recharging that. You're recovering what you've lost in half a minute, which takes a while. It's not a profound effect on your FP pool within any individual fight. But what I like about it is it's like, especially in conjunction with Rykard's Great Rune, it gives you tremendous like sustain as you're just running around exploring the world. And if you're not spamming the hell out of your spells and skills, and you're just fighting an enemy every 15-20 seconds or so, or less frequently than that, then you're just recharging to full all the time. And it's really convenient. I like how it makes exploration a little bit more fun, especially going through dungeons because there are some long dungeons in this game where you are in this DLC in particular, where you are in danger of running out of flasks right before you get to the boss, and having this kind of thing can help a lot with that. So is it the best talisman for FP preservation in a boss fight? Probably not. You will probably get more mileage out of the ones that make your spells cost less or make your skills cost less. Or that recharge some FP on critical hits if you're able to get those consistently, that kind of thing. But this one is constant. There's no conditions. You just regen FP all the time. And we also just picked up the Oathseeker set, which is Leda's armor set, except not with her own sweet custom chest piece with cape. It's a decent armor set, slightly low on poise for my taste. The full set only gets you like 42. And if it were 52 instead, it would be amazing. But aesthetically, it's pretty cool. We also got the Pata weapon, which is a new kind of fist weapon with a lot of reach. And we can drop down here. End up, what do you know, right back where we started. This time we're going to check out the western side of the Gravesite plain. Along the way, we can encounter a couple more grave birds. They shouldn't be too much of a problem. They do spawn in groups sometimes. These two. This brings us to what is actually our first formal boss of the DLC. Inside the Western Nameless Mausoleum. Now, I'm not super confident in how I'm going to handle a boss like this using my backhand blades, but we'll give it a spin and see how it goes. Should try to remember to use blind spot more, I think. Knight of the Solitary Jail is a tough customer. He's got heavy armor, he's got this explosive crossbow. Does a lot of damage normally, except I've got a ton of physical defense buffs, so he's not too bad. Also, I've gotten a few Shadow Tree levels. If you come in here with no Shadow Tree blessings, it's pretty scary. If you're too close and you get hit by that, it's seemingly a true combo. Okay. Not the cleanest fight I've ever had, but it works. And that gets us some nice new equipment. We get the Great Sword of Solitude, very much a strength weapon we're not very interested in. The Helm of Solitude, the Armor of Solitude, the Gauntlets of Solitude, and the Greaves of Solitude. That is a massive armor set, and what's cool about it is we can swap out our Bulgo Greaves for the Greaves of Solitude and come up with a loadout that's a little bit more weight efficient, still gets us to 51 poise with, I think I need the Scales Gauntlets instead of Blythe's Gauntlets. So, I like this aesthetic a little bit better. And we're done here. That's our first boss. This little campsite has a new DLC Ash of War for us, Savage Lion's Claw, which is a variant of the Lion's Claw skill, but with the extra flip built in. So it's, they technically can hit 3 times. If you land everything, it does more stance damage than Lion's Claw does, but it comes out a little bit slower. Still an effective skill though. This is where we find the ghost of the painter from the painting we just got. the incursion painting, and that gives us the Serpent Crest Shield. Sadly, it's just a shield. There's no special attributes or anything. Kind of cool design, though. Here we find our first dungeon. Bellerat Jail. Good luck finding the Albinoric woman, Val. Last stream, we found a really big Albinoric woman. That was exciting. Get dodged. Couple ways to proceed here, but I'm going to go through this hole in the wall on the right. Broken rune, lovely. Check that out, it's a shrine to a pot. Big pot. Oh please, not the jar. Anything but that. I promise. I won't ever do it again. I swear, a living saint I'll surely be. Please, you must forgive me. Forgive me, please. That seems ominous. Find out. Ooh, new enemy. Jar innards. Things live inside jars. They are extremely gross. Here we can use these hanging jars to descend down this pit. You can just walk off at every level, I think. There's no need to jump. Just run to the next one. But here, you want to turn around and drop off this way so we can get to that wooden ledge over there. And then jump over there. Wonder. I guess there's not a way to preemptively attack the jar innards. least not with kukri. Taking this path lets us open the chest to get to a hefty cracked pot. Hooray. Now we go to the bottom. We fight a couple more living jars, including a warrior jar. And some more jar innards in this area. Friend. Let you just follow me from a distance. That's fine. Yeah, so we're gonna take the stairs down to that giant jar altar we got. Oh no. Oops. That cookbook gives us the hefty freezing pot recipe. I believe those frozen maggots we've been picking up are required for that. See here. I think it's this way to get up on top of the pots I really care about. Can I just make the jump? Maybe I can. No. Forgotten how I get over there. Is it this way? Oh. I think so. All right. Another hefty pot, and that should be basically it for this area. We're back where we found those lost ashes of war, so I just need to click through and exit this room now. You. Alright, we're almost to the end. There's a secret down this way. We land on this pot that's just dangling here. It turns out it's an elevator. We can ride it. This upper level. Hop off to the next pot. Cross. Cross. Over. And now, finally, after dispatching another their jar innards, we are actually at the shrine to the giant pot here. Pull another warrior jar, and then we'll got it. We get the Great Jar Helm, which is like the Jar Helm, but big. I'm just not into goofy outfits, but if you are, it's a great choice. Now this is where those stairs fell up underneath us, so we're allowed to just drop back in this hole and there's no fall damage because it's a scripted fall. And I find going back this way more convenient than taking the jar elevator back down. So run over here. Jump the gap. And we get to ride, well, not an elevator per se on this side. We get to jump across here down to a lower level. And then down here, right in front of the boss wall. Which one of you said this was one of your favorite bosses? Hope you enjoy. And I hope I don't get rocked by demi-human swordmaster Onze, who has a magic sword. And he knows how to use it. Weapon skill is pretty scary. Got him. That wasn't so bad. And we get the Spirit Ash demi-human swordsman Yosh, who I believe was Onze's master? Or maybe the other way around. Onze was a master swordsman who devoted himself to the Starline sword, realized that only ruin awaited at the end of the possession of stars, and imprisoned himself in order to forestall it. Huh. So like Radon, he also wanted to stop the movement of the stars. However, Yosh, Yoda, an apprentice who absorbed his technique, stubbornly refused to heed his master's words and spent his entire life at his side in defiance of his self-imposed conclusion. He died first, apparently, to become a spirit. Alright, so that's like phase 1 of the DLC done. We've cleared much of the Gravesite Plain. And like I said, next segment's going to be all about crossing the bridge, or clearing this area, crossing the bridge, and then the riverside down here. I could go spend my runes, but I will just float them. I'll run the risk. Oh, but before I leave, I will put on Holy Shrouding Pact here. I want to equip my Separable Sword, an Epitaph, and the... Where are you? My Sacred Blade Dagger? Sacred Order Dagger, or whatever it was. Did I never upgrade that? Maybe I didn't. Good. Cool. Feels weird swinging a greatsword after wielding the Melania and the backhand blades for a while. Sure, now you activate. We've got one piece of the Gravebird armor set. There are 4 pieces. Well, every armor set that's a full set has 4 pieces. But there's actually a 5th piece, which is an alternate version of that the chest piece that we just got. And the alternate has a special effect, so it's kind of better. This next boss is a Ghost Flame Dragon. For that we get to use do the usual song and dance. So, last rites in Sacred Order, then I pull out my Sacred Blade weapon. I've got an enormous holy damage buff against undead enemies or those who live in death. These dragons count as those. So, boom. I'm actually surprised that didn't do more. But, no. Easy fight. Free Dragon Heart and a Somber Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone. And we also pick up the Great Katana, which will be the next weapon we upgrade. I want to... Actually, I'll equip that now. And go find it. Katana. Put my Serpent God's Curved Sword back in its rightful place. Drop this. Go find a Site of Grace and then we'll go upgrade. But you know what? Did I ever upgrade the... No, I did upgrade the Inseparable Sword. I don't know why that didn't do as much damage as I was hoping. Whatever. Oh, no. No, I have the faith to... No, not sure. Anyhow, back to our table hold so we can upgrade our weapon. How big this sword is. It's taller than me.
Oh, Smith is there.
Strengthen, Great Katana. This one I am going to take all the way to plus 25. And I need to apply a skill. I don't want to use overhead stance. I don't find it very good, honestly. But what I'm going to put on this instead is... Where is it? Here we are, Stormcaller. Take that off of our Guardian Sword Spear. Because that'll give us a way to apply our blood loss effect really quickly and clear out crowds. And I think the Great Katana is really great with its native moveset in one-on-one fights and against a lot of enemies. But against big groups, it's helpful to have a big spinning attack like Stormcaller. Since we took that off of our... what's it called? Guardian Sword Spear. Let's give that a new skill. Or dance is fine. And I need to spend my runes. Purchase. Let's go ahead and get up to 24. Oh. Once again, I need to change the time to nightfall because there's another Marvel tier to acquire here. Couple of furnace visages for free and a greater potentate's cookbook 2. That's the recipe for the furnace pots, which are the upgraded fire pots that are the best ones to use against furnace golems if you're able to throw them in their baskets. This is the abandoned ailing village. It seems to be ailing because either its residents have turned into or they've been killed by this other new enemy type, Manfly. They're kind of annoying. They have grab attacks. They fly around, but they're not too hard to fight. These ones are accompanied by a sorcerer. ailment talisman raises resistance to the last ailment suffered. So if you got, say, blood loss, then you will get further resistance to hemorrhage. You get the boss mechanics with the talisman slot. Yay! That's good stuff. Another ghost to talk to. The poor horn scent, it looks like. Oh, how it hurts. From very tip to toe. Help me, I must ask. Am I human still? The reason I yet suffer so? I don't know what to say, buddy. We drop down here, we can find another corpse. And then there's a shack down at the bottom. Here by the cliffside. Which has a manfly. And another cookbook to loot. That is... this sounds lovely. The hefty fly pot. Don't even want to know what's in that. But that's all for this northern lake area. So we went across the bridge. The closest grace is actually the 3-path cross grace and not the Great Bridge North grace because reasons. That's where we're heading now. There is a ballista covering this bridge. Look at that. And a handful of Vesper soldiers, and I also want to not walk off the high. One thing that's really cool with the Great Katana moveset is you've got this running R1 that's just a thrust, and then it changed into another thrust. Tapping R1 again, and that sequence has really good hits done. So a lot of kind of humanoid enemies, even boss enemies, can be staggered more or less indefinitely if you just chain those two attacks together. See if I can demonstrate on me here. Since the Great Katana does have built-in bleed, we are going to use Blood Flame Blade again. Got the shield down. It doesn't work great against the Great Shield guys because they can block faster than I can get another attack in. Reset the chain. It's fine though. Here's a statue of Marika, but with no head. One also gives us a Shadow Tree fragment. And with that, we can sit down at the site of grace here and raise both our Shadow Realm blessing and our both our Shadow Tree blessing and our Revered Spirit Ash blessing. +4 Shadow Tree blessing, +3 Revered Spirit Ash blessing. There's this other wing of the campsite over here. Oh, I'll kill this drop first. This other wing of the campsite is filled with perfumers who are not too much of a problem by themselves, but in groups they have this annoying habit of putting over shields on each other, and then becomes really, really difficult to... unless you have good ranged weaponry. But a good multi-hit area attack like Stormcaller does help in that kind of thing for sure. Here's another new weapon type, a Fire Spark Perfume Bottle, which is actually a pure dex weapon and fire, which is kind of cool. There's not a lot of dex weapons that's like primarily dex weapons that give fire damage, but the perfume bottles in general are pretty weak. I believe one or two of them used to be really good with one of the perfume exclusive skills, but they nerfed that and now it's not very good. Red crossbow, never going to use that. Probably. They were nerfed from one-shotting bosses to bare minimum damage. Yeah, I've seen some old clips. FromSoft hates fun. There's a big fight. Kill. Cool. And this brings us to our second dungeon in the DLC. It's a take on the tunnels dungeons from the main game, I think, but at least in the sense that they have lots of different veins that you can loot for smithing stones, but these are quite different aesthetically. This is the Ruined Forge lava intake. I think there are 3 of this style of dungeon, these Ruined Forges. By grace, if e'er I see another rock, I shall find it. Of this I have no doubt. The altar of the forge cannot be far. That's the objective in these dungeons. There is no boss at the end. You're just trying to find the altar of the forge, which will give you a special item. And that counts as completing the dungeon. You also get a hint here. Hit them where they're the weakest to explain how you're supposed to fight the new unique enemies here. And just in case you couldn't guess from seeing this red gem in the back of the enemy here, that is the weak point. You're supposed to hit them from behind. I'm not sure how this is going to go with Great Katana, but we'll give it a shot. Oh, hurt. These golem smiths are quite strong, unfortunately for us. I think they're pretty resistant to slash damage. Ooh, Stormcaller does great. Maybe the hitbox hits them in that weak spot despite hitting from the front. If so, that's incredible attack. Try that again later. Magma tier to fight, but they're pretty trivial enemies. Another one. Alright, here's our next Golem Smith to fight. Let's just try Stormcaller and see how it does. It doesn't seem to penetrate. Exactly. Although I can just stand there and eat a bunch of hits if I wanted to take all that damage. Go kill this guy. Wasn't too bad. Certainly a lot better than the first fight. Little Nook has another Golem Smith. Riba Satrias per mana putera. Do I win? no idea what that means, so you might have just gotten me to say something terrible. Where am I at right now? We are in the DLC inside the Ruined Forge Lava Intake dungeon. It's our second dungeon that we're doing here in the DLC. Welcome. This has been a kind of completionist playthrough if you haven't been following along before. And I'm running a dex build for really the first time. And enjoying all these dex weapons that I'm picking up. So, basically all of these Ruined Forge dungeons I think all of them, revolve around these giant lava intake pipe things that you can move around. This one, we pulled the switch to lower this pipe. And then now we can jump onto it and climb it up, and that'll lead us to the end of the dungeon. You haven't played the DLC because you quit Elden Ring on the Godskin Duo? You want a hot tip for the Godskin Duo? Bring some sleep pots, like 7 or 8 of them. They really help. Or summon Bernal. He's a great ally, and I believe he's always there to help you. You make that fight a lot more fun because you've got another guy to take the aggro from the second of the Godskins. Oh, you knew about the sleep pot thing? If you don't want to do that, that's cool too. I would say this game has many tools, and you're there to be used. So, we got to the altar. That is the official end of the dungeon, so we'll be allowed to teleport out now. And our prize is actually 2 things. We get the Anvil Hammer, which is in... it's a unique weapon. It has its own fixed weapon art, the smithing art spears. Obviously, it's a strength weapon. We're not equipped to use this. It requires a ton of strength and a bit of int and a chunk of dex and faith, too. And then we also get an Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone. Nice. So going back to Castle Frontier, which was inside that Mesmer soldier camp, we're going to go southeast again, but instead of heading to that dungeon, we're going to follow this other path over this way. Foggy. Not going to fight all of these guys right now, but I will pick up that loot. Swift Spear. I don't think there's anything particularly unique about that spear. It's infusible, it's a dex weapon. Not really sure it has a special property, just another spear for you to use. By playing the normal game, not the DLC, you know a lot of things. I kind of right there with you in that I think a lot of the fun of Elden Ring is thinking about different builds, even if you're never gonna have the time to do all of them. There's some joy in just planning that stuff and optimizing your stats and everything. Another Miquellan cross. I abandon here a part of the flesh in my body again. Okay. And as before, we find another NPC.
Oh, hello there. Are you the Tarnished? Lady Leda spoke of you. Another Tarnished. Guided here by Miquella the Kind. My name is Teolia. I too am Tarnished, and here on kindly Miquella's account. So, well, here's to new beginnings, I suppose. I'm sorry. But, well, I'm not much good at anything is all. I'm as weak as a kitten and thick as two planks. I've always been this way, since the very day I was born. I'm afraid the only thing I'm proficient in is poison. Sorry.
Well, Teolia, let's see what you can do. He's not kidding. He sells a ton of poison stuff. The only piece we're really interested in is the deadly poison perfume bottle, and that's really just for completion's sake, because we don't have the arcane for it.
Just give me the word if you need any more poison.
It is funny that Radahn became the hardest boss again. Yeah, I agree. Did I touch the grace? I did. Really overhyped the pre-nerf Radahn difficulty. I can't speak to it because I did not play Elden Ring at all until like a year after it came out. But I kind of believe that a lot of that difficulty was a product of people just not understanding the mechanics of the game super well. Getting used to it. Ouch. Got my horse now. The amount of reach this great katana has does make it a nice mounted weapon. That's for sure. Should I fight the giant Miranda? Probably the answer is no, but yeah, what the hell. 4,000 runes for the trouble, at least. Deep Purple Lily. Now, the placement of that item is kind of interesting. It's like basically the only hint that this is the pathway that leads you toward St. Trina, if you realize that Trina is associated with sleep. But I can't recall anything else that really signals to you that you should be exploring this area to find out where St. Trina is. I guess if you go fight Mesmer, then Tiolier tells you that he's gonna... I think it's Mesmer. There's some point where Tiolier goes and seeks Trina on his own. And if you go visit him, he'll tell you that she's somewhere in the southern coastline. But even still, I'm not sure how you're supposed to guess from the map how to get down there. I should change. I think I still have my Holy Shrouding cracked here on. I do. That out. Map is built like a layer cake. Yeah, I wanted to talk about that a bit, and I'm sure I'll have more thoughts on this later, but the DLC is very compact and very vertical, which has some serious advantages over the way the base game is laid out. Like, it feels like you can get to a lot of important places pretty quickly if you know where you're going. It cuts out a chunk of the dead travel time that existed in some places in the main game. At the same time, I think it loses something in terms of verisimilitude. Like, I wouldn't say... Well, the big overworld areas in the main game, I think, obviously they're way too small to properly represent the kind of place that they're supposed to be, but they at least offer you like a representation of that kind of place. Like, Limgrave is a verdant grassland with its like towered over by Stormvale Castle, which dominates the surroundings, so you can tell like that's the center of power. And then, Liurnia, you've got this like lake district with highways all around it, and there, once upon a time there was a massive highway running through the middle of the realm, but it all sunk into the ground. So the town that it serviced is in ruins, and the only thing that's really still standing from all that is the academy itself on its giant promontory, and then the high roads around the perimeter. And like, those evoke places that could be real. They're just way too small to properly be like a functional society with the size of peoples that they have. But I don't get the sense. Oh, okay. And then like Altus is pasture land. It's got windmills and like basically ranches and giant fortifications and a hunting grounds on the center, that kind of thing. I've never gotten the sense from the DLC that even though, yes, there's all these different architectures and churches and like ostensible towns or ruined towns around the place, I've never gotten the sense that this is like a place that makes any kind of geographic sense, even if the scale is too small to be real. It feels very theme park. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. go. It's everyone's favorite mini-boss enemy. How did I not get hit? That's amazing. Oh my god, I got a stance break out of that. Sick. That's the first time I've ever gotten a stance break during the first attack. And I get a cool, I think, 8 times runes from the glowing eyes buff. So 92,000 runes from that ulcerated tree spirit. Sweet. Not that I really need runes for anything. The Horn Baron is just like the Regal Omen Baron you can get as a reward from Morgott. So I don't think there's much to say about it. This map for you is a whole like museum. Everywhere you go, you might find this, find that, and other things. Yeah, it's great for density. I think it's an improvement in terms of gameplay that the DLC map is arranged the way it is. It just loses something for me in terms of establishing a good setting. Oh yeah. There's this cool hidden opening down here with the corpse that just has nothing cool. Fly mold. Sadly. I'm not going to fight all the manflies around here. There's a lot of them. And it's old. I think I've gotten turned around. I want to keep going north. This way. Yeah, towards the giant pile of bodies. Although I feel like I would not do that in real life. Two-headed turtle talisman is the upgraded version of the green turtle talisman. Bigger stamina recovery boost. Some people swear by those talismans. I don't really believe in them that much. I mean, sure, I run out of stamina fairly regularly when fighting stuff, but I've never sensed while trying those talismans that they're significantly improving my chances of dodging on time or being ready to attack. Usually I found that when I'm running out of stamina and it's a problem, it's because I'm just like playing badly. I'm panicking, making bad moves, and not so much that I need a buff. I just need to play better. Think of it like haste in the Final Fantasy games where you just get more actions total. But the thing I feel like if I am not just spamming roll or spamming, I mean, it doesn't really help if you're spamming attacks that much, but if I'm not just like spamming actions and I'm like strafing properly and really focusing on the fight, then I almost never have trouble with being short on stamina. This is a fun little dungeon. At first it looks very much like the classic caves from the rest of the main game, Elden Ring. Complete with having a pack of dogs as your first enemies, which seems to be a tradition. Wolves, rather, I should say. Oh hey, it's a corpse on a suspicious looking floor. Oh no! But now this place takes a turn. It's a cool little set piece, this shrine of the blood fiends with like 15 of them all around here that we could just run past like always, but we will clear them out. Oh my god, that's so much damage. You know what? I want to put those sacred bloody fleshes on my item bar, because I should use them. Never do. Where are they? Here. Let's see. I'm not going to use my flask, but I want this. Golden Vow. Use the bloody flesh. Bloodflame blade. I don't even know if I'll be able to inflict blood loss. Trigger the bloody flesh buff. Oh well. What a massacre. This is ridiculous. What's up, buddy? Didn't want to join in? That was maybe the easiest that room has ever been for me. Oh, string. Lovely. There's a bunch of Sanguine Amaryllis around here. Farmable, which is nice, except for the ones on that corpse. So you can use them for all your blood-related DLC recipe needs. And we get 3 more Sacred Bloody Fleshes. So let's give that a try again. I didn't even have my Serpent God Sword equipped. Okay. Flask. Blessing's Boon this time. Golden Vow. Oh, put on the Bloody Flesh. Bloodflame Blade. Blue Flask. There. Somehow I doubt that we'll be able to knock back the Chief Blood Fiend with Stormcaller, but we'll give it a spin. Literal spin. Okay. blood loss going, that would be cool. Blood loss stagger. Cool. Bloodfiend Hexer's ashes, so we get to use the summon one of the blood fiends who uses that spear and does the minor version of the blood boon ritual with it. And okay, so that's basically it for exploration around here. We got down to the river and traversed it. So next stop is the first major dungeon. We'll warp over to Main Gate Cross. Actually, I should check. I should probably spend my runes. Yeah, I lied. Go to the Round Table Hold first, and then we'll enter Sacred Tower.
I see.
Let's talk to Rodrika here. You know, there's something that hadn't occurred to me, even though it really should have. I mean, even just thinking about her name. But I saw someone point out today that Rodrika is very much like Marika herself. She's an exile from her own land who came to the lands between. Their people were all slain, and I guess it's maybe the other way around for Rodrika, but in touch with spirits and have an association with Hugh. Like, Marika was Hugh's master, but also maybe teacher about how to, like, slave master, but also teacher about how to do smithing, and then Hugh has passed that knowledge down to Rodrika, which is kind of neat. Just gonna upgrade some of our legendary spirit ashes. Spend some runes that way. I wish there was an option when you're upgrading an item in this game to just specify what level you want to raise it to, so you don't have to carefully spam A, but not too many times. Out of appropriate ghost level, apparently. I don't understand why they haven't implemented saving equipment loadouts. I could guess that's probably because of a PvP balance thing, but you know, they could just make it so you can't access those while you're engaged in PvP or invading or being invaded. I guess that last point would be somewhat annoying, or, you know, NPC invaders, but just don't make it trigger for those. I guess I should say, don't make it available in adversarial multiplayer. You should still be able to do it in co-op. It would even be helpful if you could just do it, like, at a grace. Into the giant castle town thing. Yep. Even though there's another pretty big castle over there, and a truly enormous one over game with this much granularity with weight, talismans, weapons, the option should be there. Yeah, I agree. My real disappointment with the systems that exist in this game is that the tailoring is so bare bones, and it just amounts to basically taking capes off things, or not. And that doesn't even have to be, you know, a real gameplay system in any sense. It could be cool if it was just, you know, spend some materials you picked up around the world to dye your clothes. Define 12 different color palettes for every armor piece and say, here's your 12 color options, and there you go. That would be so much fun for Fashion Souls. Two revered spirit ashes. I haven't even remarked upon it, but obviously this is a new enemy type as well. We've got giant spider scorpions and regular ones. They're not too challenging. A little bit scary though if you're afraid of spiders or scorpions. Welcome to Bellerat Tower settlement. Up here is the first grace in the place, which is sort of the central nexus of the zone, in that there's a couple of different shortcuts you can open up as you go to different areas in here, and they dump you back to this spot. I should have done my Shadow Realm blessing. Commission these from the Spirit Store, like Spirit Halloween. So these doors are locked, and there's a side room here. The door on the other side is also locked, so the only way we can progress right now is down this alleyway here. And there we find some regular Shadow Undead, and then also some large Shadow Undead. A little bit tougher. Which have to be... They're also more aggressive, so we need to watch out for those. But they're nothing special. Another one ambushes us from behind that lovely looking waterfall. Let's not think about what's in that. This way has a ladder that leads us down to the lower, like, sewer well area, but we also can't progress there. Need a key. So, again, the only way to go is down the road this way. The only difficulty with that is there's a pair of really obnoxious spellcasting Shadow Undead up there. The large guy right here. Those incantations that they're casting are unfamiliar. They're spiral incantations. They're a type that's new in the DLC. Yeah, I just got trapped. That's really annoying. First death on today's stream, and it's just the end of the alleyway fighting two generic enemies. How embarrassing. Okay, I profited by a few rune arcs this stream. I should remind myself to be more liberal with my use of my weapon skills, especially now that I have passive FP regen. I don't need to be precious about it. Again. Look, they're synchronized. What I really should have done is just shoot those guys with Frenzied Burst or something. Up these steps is another fun little mini-boss kind of enemy, a Horned Warrior. There's an upgraded version of those that we fight towards the end of the DLC. These ones are a little bit easier, but they attack really fast. They've got these like dual curved greatswords, and they're pretty tanky, so I'm troublesome. But I can also just stand there and swing my sword in a circle, and they just die. Simple game. Spellcasting son of a bitch somewhere. Actually, don't know where this one is. Is it you? It's you. Hello, Fire Knight Queenline. What do you think of Stormcaller? Bam, 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 bam. Nice haircut, by the way. Foolish. I just rolled backwards into his attacks over and over. I was trying to show off how you could do crouch pokes into Art 1 follow-ups. That did not work out for me. Try again.
Those strips of the grace of gold shall all meet death in the embrace of Messmer's flame.
Just keep it simple. Spam my skill. That's the way to go.
Graceless heathen, thou shalt not evade the flame of my...
Whatever you say, friend. I think we've got everything here. Feels like it. Who put that hole there? Look, it's a couple of manflies just hanging out on the other side of these bars. I don't think we can hit them though. Maybe with Stormcaller, I'm not sure. You be gone. Now we're at the top of the, let's say, caramel waterfall. Brings us to this corpse with a storeroom key, so that's another new place we can access. But also there's this room behind us that we can't reach because the floor has gone out. So if we turn left and fight off another big shadow undead down here. And go out on the rooftop, then we can get to that part of the room. Try to ambush me. So this corpse gives us the well depths key. Now we could actually go down that well we passed and make progress. We'll use the storeroom key first. Going back down towards the small private altar grace, now we can come across this way. Kill those two spellcasters who are shooting down on us from before. And before we go to the actual storeroom, we'll explore these rooftops for a second. Okay, back up to the balcony. And now we can use our key, the storeroom key, to open this locked door, where inside we can find this person who's just moaning.
Who art thou, stranger? By the look of thee, another of Messmer's peons, methinks. Tell me, does thy kind never weary grow? How do these old bones fascinate thee yet? Our lands were by thy kind set aflame, our tower by thy kind veiled in shadow. Thou camest, robbing us of all.
The Messmers led a campaign to kill all the Hornsent,
Have ye not
and also
abided in these deeds long enough? Listen.
Messmer and the other followers of America have apparently cast a spell on part of the sacred tower here at Bellerat to seal it in shadow. So, the Hornsent Grandam here explains the grudge of her people against us, and she warns us that if we try to make progress here, we will be stymied by the sacred beast.
For what reason dost thou falter, villain? Enact thy sordid work with fullest pride. Else tuck away thy tail and leave for good. Loathsome issue of the rotten strumpet.
I love that turn of phrase. Loathsome issue of the rotten strumpet. He really doesn't like America, if you couldn't tell.
Begone. These lands were ours since times of old.
You can also open this door. It doesn't lead anywhere because, that's just a balcony. But it does give you a faster way back to the small private altar grace, I guess. The lore with Marika and the Hornsent is basically a circle of revenge. Yes, absolutely. And, spoiler alert, it doesn't really go well for anyone. Imagine that. This time we're going up as we come out this way. And turning left. Where we get to encounter a big swarm of spider scorpions. And inside this room, 2 giant spider scorpions. We should have considered putting Bloodflame Blade on to make this a little bit faster. That worked fine. That gets us the bone bow. Another standard light bow. It's got a spirit calling skill, rancor shot, but doesn't have any kind of magic or holy damage component. So I'm not really sure why you would use it other than style. Great weapon for taking out flying enemies. Is it? I haven't tried it for that. Taking this elevator down brings us to this room where we can pull this lever, which opens these giant double doors, and so we can get back to the Bellerat Tower settlement grace. So that's also a faster way to get back to the well, so we can use that well depths key that we acquired. I mean, it's not really gonna say it's not really faster than just dropping from the rooftop, so that might be a little bit of a lie, but it is a way to get back to the well. I love a quadruple kill. Holding L2 rapid fires. Oh, that is cool. Okay. I learned something. And let me try it. I'm going to equip that bow. Bow. Big bow. Bone bow. Okay, that's neat. Is that different from the barrage skill, though? I think so. There you go. RIP all my arrows. You knew it had to happen. The poison swamp area. This ulcerated tree spirit's just going to patiently wait for us. They're very considerate. Didn't get away. Sad. Okay, so a reward for that fight is the immunizing horn charm +2, extra immunity. So if we really cared about our poison resistance, or if there were another rot area, which fortunately there is not, we could use that, but it's kind of useless at this point in the game. Good for New Game Plus, I suppose. I think I got all the corpses, so yeah. That's all for this side of this poison swamp. There's a handful of enemies on the other side, and some other stuff to pick up. What I should be doing more of. Gun. Preferably with some FP to use. Lovely serpent arrows, and oh, we see another. Well, let's try to take out this flock of manflies. Swarm of manflies first. But over there we see another horned warrior, so let's prep for him. Onward. Can't backstab. That's good intel. Forgot about that. Gives us the Horned Warrior's sword. That is a unique weapon. No, this one you can fuse. It's the curved greatsword version that's got a unique. No, it does have a unique skill. Horn calling. So yeah, Dex and Faith weapon. Could use it. I might, but it's not really my focus. Much more manflies. They do have a grab, which is really obnoxious. I don't believe they can get through Stormcaller to do it. That's nice. But they can be a nuisance in that way. There's a ladder here, which we'll use in a second, but first we got one more thing to pick up over this way. Just one corpse with some mushrooms. Okay, now up the ladder. If only we could get to that bridge over there. That would be awfully convenient, but no, it's going to take a while to get to that spot. On this side, we can open this door, and hey, what do you know? We're at that room adjoining Bellerat Tower settlement, Grace, again. Now, shortcut through the double doors is somewhat helpful. The shortcut that way is really not, because if you've cleared the poison swamp once, there's no reason to ever go back through there. Alas. I like having shortcuts back to before, even if they're not actually useful. That does make the world feel more real. Am I going to use the Dane's arts? Potentially. I've used them a little bit in other playthroughs, but not too much, so that could be pretty... that could be a pretty fun way to spice things up. You try to sneak. Look at all these shed insect carapaces. Disgusting. Some kind of manfly queen or whatever. Glad we don't have to fight a boss like that. Although I'm also not glad. That would have been a bit of a missed opportunity that there isn't a boss that's like giant manfly thing. This is one of the few Miquellan crosses that's not out in the overworld somewhere. Carved words coalesce. I abandoned here my arm sinistral, his left arm. He is cut off and dropped here at the tower settlement. The talisman, the dried bouquet, raises attack power when summoned spirit dies. That seems suboptimal to me, but I guess if you... I've heard that you can do that with like the skeleton ashes, which quote-unquote die, but don't. That might be a fun way to play. Let's get down here and kill off more manflies. I hate this that they spit those worms. Ugh. Chat, any of you ever had a pet that had worms? This reminds me of that, and it's not a lovely memory. They've had ticks before, that's fun too. Although in a very different way. One thing I wish the DLC would give us is another talisman slot. That would be pretty powerful. And hell, maybe some kind of extra gear slot, like a cosmetic item, just to fill out the equipment screen so it doesn't have these two holes in it. And because I would like to have a Blessed Blue Dew talisman, and a defensive talisman, and the Millicent's prosthesis, and the Wing and Sword insignia, and the Shard of Alexander all at once, thank you. Hello, Horned Warrior. Oh, thank you. I have to kill this guy quick because there's a pot shadow behind him. Just to make sure that doesn't get away, I'm gonna run it down. There we go. Already gone? I'm gonna be so sad it's already gone. I don't see it. I might have to go respawn it. That was gross. Yeah, I'm gonna have to come back through here because I guess the pot shadow just appeared quick. A little disappointed, but not shocked to find that Frenzied Burst is not killing things very efficiently in the DLC. I don't have a ton of faith investment. I'm not a true spellcaster. I've grabbed everything, but I need to get that guy to respawn because it has a revered spirit ash. Probably my best way is to go proceed and then come back. This is actually the room that had the two giant spider scorpions in it, but we couldn't go up from bottom floor because the stairs are out, so we had to come around this way. And as we go up the stairs here, there should be first blade somewhere. Oh, there it is. See it blocking down the steps now. Too bad. And that's the last enemy before the boss. So I'll sit down, make the enemies respawn, and then I need to go back and get that extra revered spirit ash I missed out on. So again, friend. No loot from that curse blade either time. Sad. Goodbye. Still not letting me warp out of here? I'm gonna have to run all the way back manually. I might as well. Okay, so at the stage front side of Grace, and we're right before the boss, I need to use my Shadow Realm blessings, raise them both to +5. That's actually halfway to the maximum for Revered Spirit Ash blessings, but we're not going to find a lot more of those for a while yet. Great, the summoning pool, and touch this summon sign. Summon our new friend Redmane Freya. swap this out for Shard of Alexander. I think we'll stick with our Great Katana for right now. Let's see our usual buffs. Now, Black Flame's protection, Blood Flame Blade. We don't have FP regen anymore, so we definitely need to use a blue flask, and in we go. I really enjoyed this cutscene. I wish all the bosses, major bosses in the DLC had intro cutscenes, but sadly those are few and far between.
O horn-decked beast from higher sphere delivered, take root inside the tower's sculpted keepers, and perched within, we beg of thee, rise. Dance and kavod, cleanse all and go wit. Cruelty, woe, and those who plague the tower. Cleanse away the strumpet's vile progeny.
So cool. And what's extra fun about it is literally just two men in a lion suit. Huge men, to be sure, but still just two guys. Oh, we grabbed Freya. That's annoying. Why are none of my attacks hitting? That's right, I call a storm on you. Lightning is not a very fun element to face here. Summons rain to make you even more vulnerable to the damage. Also kind of scary. The Divine Beast Dancing Lion is weakest to Pierce, so if I use my thrusting attacks, I will do more damage than with my slashing ones. Oh, I got grabbed. Oops. Phase again. Oh, Freya might go down. Sorry, Freya. this. Yeah. Oh, I wanted to get the one last hit in. Alright. Yeah, I don't think Stormcaller is actually that good a choice for a skill here, but I want to run it back one more time. It just relies on you standing still and like getting a lot of free hits in, and I can't dance break it enough with, or like just get my attacks off fast enough with it, I think. But it's fun for flavor. Okay. In we go once again. Get a quick lead, that's nice. It's actually worked out great. I've got half its health down. Maybe if Freya just distracts aggro well enough, it'll all work out fine. Or I'll just get rocked by lightning attacks. Oof. Black Flame's protection may not be the best choice in this fight because a lot of the damage is not physical. Something to think about if I have to try it again. Big aggro. Dance break? Okay, let me swap a few things around. I'll keep going with the Great Katana for right now, but I'm going to swap this to the Pearl Drake Talisman. And for the body buff spell, Even though it won't last very long, I'll take... and grab me strength. This is another fight that I think would certainly be easier if I didn't use the NPC summons. I'm generally of the opinion that almost every fight in the game, except maybe duo bosses, are actually just harder with the NPC summons because they're not that effective fighting enemies, and they make it harder to actually respond to the enemy attacks and dodge them properly. But I still think they're fun for establishing the characters. So we're sticking with it. That's definitely going to bite us against R'Lana, I'm pretty sure. I don't think the Flame Granny Strength fan worked out. I'm pretty sure it's already expired. Didn't do much for us, obviously. And we would have been better off having Black Penny's protection, considering how much damage we took. That's great. Love the music in this fight. And I'm trying to resist just doing the boring thing and like whipping out my impaling thrust greatsword. But I think we learned our lesson. I'll just go back to the physical defense stuff. Okay. It's funny that I'm finding this way harder than Mohg. break. Good. I think we can get it done here. No more blood flame blades, kind of sad. More hit. Okay. Finally. Well, that could have gone better. Thank you, Freya, for your assistance. We got the Remembrance of the Dancing Lion. We also get the Divine Beast Head, which progresses a quest here at the tower. And we can go ahead and touch the site of grace here. Get another revered spirit ash from this statue, and then we can run up these stairs. Quite a distance, actually, to get to the tower proper, which is currently wrapped in shadowy vines. This ghost says, "O tower of ours hidden in shadow, O lofty spiral piercing the heavens, lead him safely unto greater godhood, and in divinity grant our salvation." So this horn scent is apparently a Miquella follower. You know, Miquella ostensibly just got here very recently. Get a message. Left by Needle Knight Leda, addressed to kindred spirits who also pursue Miquella's trail. The gate of divinity lies in the tower sealed by shadow. That is surely where kind Miquella is headed. We are no Empyreans, but we must locate the path that will lead us there. I will follow the crosses east. And we can check the vines to see that it says is sealed and obscured by shadow. And one thing that genuinely really disappoints me about the way the DLC is structured is that this dungeon that we just went through is optional. And I think it's such a great set piece and establishes, you know, the build up to the actual final dungeon and Nir Yalim. I just feel like it's such a shame that you can just skip this and not see the Divine Beast. And like when you do that, when you burn the ceiling tree to open the way to the upper part of the tower, you just get teleported straight there. You don't have to go through all that. And yeah, it lets people finish the game faster, and maybe they liked it for pacing purposes, but I think it would have been great if it just said, okay, the tower is revealed. Now go back to the base of it and on your way up. Go in. But maybe that's just me. Anyhow, I'm going to warp back to Small Private Altar, and now we'll go talk to the Hornsent Grandam again now that we've defeated that beast she bragged about that was going to kill us. I mean, she was right, but that doesn't count. Basically catatonic now. But if we equip that new helm we got, in here somewhere. Now we're dressed as the Divine Beast Dancing Lion. He thinks we're one of the sculpted keepers. Or, I suppose, the two people puppeteering the thing.
Keeper stand before me. Oh, as I felt the sacred beast's essence fade, a great anxiety welled up within. Forgive this old woman her foolish fears. 'Tis such relief I cannot express. After an eternity of the mind, our voices have at last reached the heavens, as evinced by thy gracious arrival. Oh, oh, oh. I implore, vessel of the sacred beast, have my son accompany thee to war, and dance.
Her son is the NPC Hornsent that we met over at the Three Path Cross.
Upon Mesmerity's lot, they who betrayed us, aye, they who burned us, let them face in thy wrath their just deserts. My song will I sing in service to thee. O sculpted keeper, channel thy color into the most resplendent of dances. My song will I sing in service to thee. O horn-decked beast from higher sphere delivered, we beg of thee to dance and cavort, dance and cavort. Cleanse all that thou wilt, cruelty, woe, and those who plague the tower. Cleanse away the strumpet's vile progeny.
Let's reload the area and come back. I think we can take our headgear off now, too. Bye.
Horn-decked beast from higher sphere delivered, we beg of thee, welcome, O glorious sculpted keeper. Thou art kind indeed to this aged crone. Pardon me, my dear. Where are my manners? Surely thou must hunger, O sculpted keeper. I prithee, partake of this modest dish. 'Tis only plain fare, but sup to the lees, and it will surely grant thee ample vigor.
Scorpion stew. Having long gone cold, this soup gives off a rank, sour smell. Ugh.
From higher sphere delivered, shouldst thou be by hunger's pangs beset, I implore thee, partake of my stew. Thou art sure to feel thy vigor restored, though if the flavor doth thy tongue offend, I care not if thou throwest it away.
So this is a combination. I think body buff for physical damage negation and HP restoration. You can only get one of these at a time. If you consume it, you can come back to the Horned Grandam and get another one. But we're not going to use it ourselves. We're going to hand it off to her son later.
And those
Gotta go cash in our prize here, though. We'll use our remembrance. We choose either the Enraged Divine Beast Talisman, raises potency of storms, or the Ash of War Divine Beast Frost Stomp. I'm going to pick the Talisman. This improves the power of storm skills by, I want to say 15%. That includes Stormblade and Stormcaller. So the weapon on our Serpent God's Curve Sword and our Great Katana right now. So we could, like with Stormcaller in particular, we could run that, the Enraged Divine Beast Talisman with Millicent's Prosthesis, the Winged Sword Insignia, and the Shard of Alexander for like maximum damage with that skill. I also agree, Clint, that the Divine Beast Frost Stomp is not that impressive as a skill. I don't generally plan to run this setup a lot because I feel like it's more helpful to have at least one defensive talisman and one kind of general purpose utility talisman most of the time. But if we do want to maximize damage in a boss fight or something, we can run something like this and deliver a lot of DPS. Stormcaller. So, aside from that, run over to the Twin Maiden Husks and spend a bunch of runes again, and then we'll be all set to close out what is really like the first chapter of the DLC. Everything at Gravesite Plain and then Bellerat Tower settlement, and we'll make our way over towards Castle Insis. So wrap up some NPC stuff first, just to get that out of the way. We'll visit more. We want to stop by and talk to him because we need to let him know that we've met Gillier,
Welcome. Oh, I know.
and then he'll give us something to deliver to
You guys
Gillier.
need to find it. I finally found it. Many things we have found. I like finding things. For you, Lady Leda, her allies, and the Forager brood. Things bring joy to all.
That's wonderful, Moore. I'm gonna bathe this whole world in fire, so I hope that brings you joy too.
Righteous Tarnished, what brings you here? Well, I'm much obliged. As suspected, kindly Miquella has visited the lands which hold the tower, and appears intent on wholly dispossessing himself of his flesh. He must be seeking entrance to the Tower of Shadow.
We'll discover through the course of the DLC that Sir Ansbach is the person who is most interested in getting to the bottom of what exactly Miquella is doing and whether that's a good or a bad thing.
Ah, well met. That was a fine battle indeed. It heartens me that another warrior stands among us. Among the beckoned.
I don't think I haven't talked about this yet, but everyone we've talked to, all these NPCs are followers of Miquella, and they're under the impression that we are too. But we are not. We have not ever encountered Miquella, let alone be charmed by him.
Only kindly Miquella was good enough to seek me out. My wound was swollen and festering, exuding a most pungent odor, and yet he drained the poison.
I like the way my sword
despite
reflects
my
that
wretched
orange
visage.
glow.
Now, I consider this
Lighting
wound
is
my
cool.
compass. Let us both take kindly Miquella's guidance to heart. May we meet again on the battlefield, brave warrior. Do you wonder why the eternally dour fellow keeps his distance? He's one of the tower's hornsent. I can only assume he fights for his own reasons and carries his own burdens, but we needn't concern ourselves with his affairs. He too was charmed by kindly Miquella and guided here, and that makes us allies. We're not gods, you and I. Even if we did manage to dig up the secrets of his past, I doubt our meddling could ever amount to much.
I urge you, follow after Miquella. As long as you abide by his footfalls, you will be no enemy to me. What's this? Do you think me in need of alms? But this dish, 'tis fair of the tower. And I remember fondly this skin-clad scent. Brings back memories I'd all but forgot. This, by my troth, is but a dismal copy. Indeed, I think it rather plain to see. Things once broken can never be the same.
Fortunate.
Look, take this for your troubles, won't you? My desire not to be in your debt.
Appreciate the prize. Could be useful for crafting in a bit. One last stop to talk to our last NPC, Telia. We need to deliver that black syrup we got. Before we do so, let's check out what the description says for that. An ebony black syrup held in an unglazed jar. Moore asked that this be delivered to Telia. Unknown liquid apparently gathered and aged by the forager brood. Okay.
So, what can I help you with? Oh? What's this? I have to say, Sir Moore has an awfully sharp eye, doesn't he? It's wonderful. This ebony, as lustrous as the night sky unending. I don't
Interesting that he says night sky unending.
I'll have to think of
I
something.
think that's the label on the ascending gate at the four belfries that sends you to a view of Nokron, if I remember correctly, but I don't really think there's supposed to be a connection there.
Forgive me. You two deserve your share of the reward. I'll mix up something special. If you find yourself weary of the weight of this life, then just give me the word. Sleep is a balm. An eternal sleep is an elixir. Is that so?
Chad, if you feel this way, you should reach out, because there are plenty of people in your life that will care, I promise.
It will grant the sweetest slumber for all eternity.
But if we drink Tillier's concoction, I mean, as the item effect says, it causes immediate death if imbibed by an ordinary human. And sadly, you know, although we might believe otherwise, we are still an ordinary human. It's purported to be capable of putting even an ancient dragon to sleep. We'll file that away for later. Gallier thought of Saint Trina sleep when he created this, but the ebony sleep he concocted had not the sweetness of nectar, nor the gentleness of rest's embrace. That makes you sad, Clint? He's a bit of a Debbie Downer, that's for sure. But it's okay. We follow Tialia's questline and we give him new purpose in life, and everything works out great, kind of. One last detour here, and then we'll be all set for Castle Princess. Didn't really have much need for this item, given what we were fighting today, but so I don't want to fight that anymore. Goodbye. But down here underneath the bridge into Castle Princess, you can find a secret room, which contains a corpse that holds the Spelldrake Talisman +3. That's our first example of a +3 version of a defensive talisman, except for the Dragon Crest Great Shield. So, if we were fighting some mage enemies, we could potentially use that to defend ourselves better. And I think, where are we at? 4.5 hours. I think that's a good point to call it a day. So like I said, we've really cleared the first chapter of the DLC. We've met all the major NPCs other than Needle Knight Leda, who I guess we talked to outside Miquella's cocoon. So established their basic parts in the story. And our next task will be to fight our way through this castle and get up to the Highlands and Shadu Altus, which we'll be exploring next time. So, hope you guys look forward to that. Thanks for coming, and have a great evening. See you in the next stream.